Good morning. Good morning. Today is a great day as we celebrate the extraordinary Section 3 of the Georgetown Law Class of 2024. Graduates, we are so proud of you, so delighted to have this opportunity to celebrate you. We also know, all of us know, however, that the reason why you're here is not just because you're brilliant, though you are. It's not just because you're hardworking. It's not just because you're committed to the law. It's because of the people who believed in you, who sacrificed for you, who helped make this day possible. Your family and friends, please stand up, turn around, and a round of applause for family and friends. And you have received the best legal education in the world. Let's have a shout out to that. And that's because we have the most amazing faculty and administrators who support our mission to educate the finest lawyers in pursuit of justice. Faculty and administrators, please stand. Round of applause for our faculty and administrators. So, graduates, we are so very grateful to be able to come together as a community today to mark this important milestone in your lives and to recognize the commitment it took to get here. Your law school experience, we all know, is not only shaped by what happens in the classroom, but also by the world events that take place during your time here. In a time of polarization, in a time of difficulty, you did not shy away from the hard issues, but you found a way to engage with those issues and with one another. You fostered meaningful connections with teachers, staff, classmates, and communities, and demonstrated the remarkable strength of engagement and unity beyond the classroom. And we as a community are so proud of you. And we as a community look forward to what you will do in the years ahead. Today is a moment of transition. You are no longer Georgetown Law students. Today, you are Georgetown Law graduates. As you embark on the next chapter in your journey, I know you will honor the Law Center's motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. After this ceremony, after this celebration, we will go and celebrate on the other side of the McDonough building, on the Paul Dean Green. And next to the celebration is our library, and it has our motto, our mission written on its walls. Law is but the means, justice is the end. And we need you to carry forth that mission now more than ever. Today, you are Georgetown Law's newest graduates. You are part of an alumni community of over 50,000 people. It is a community that is dedicated to Hoyas for others. We need that community, and we need you today more than ever. So it's a privilege to be able to celebrate with you today. It will be a privilege to be able to celebrate with you on the hilltop tomorrow as you have your formal commencement. But again, I want to let you know how proud we are of you. And everyone, please join me in another round of applause and congratulations. Now, at our section ceremonies, we have two traditions. We have a faculty speaker and we have a student speaker. And let me call, for the first speech, to the podium, our faculty speaker, Professor Philomela Tsoukalas. Philo?
Hello, Section 3. You made it. Can you believe you're here? Parents, can you believe you're here? Spouses, significant others, friends, and support systems of all kinds, can you believe you're here? Our graduates, of course, did all the required coursework, but you were all right there with them, side by side or in the background, doing anything from financially supporting them, to cooking for them, to listening to their 2 a.m. nervous breakdowns for the upcoming exams. I just want to say, we know you're here, we know this is your achievement too. As you stand on the brink of your legal careers, I want you all to reflect on the journey that has brought you here, particularly the unique path that this cohort has walked. The fall of 2021 was a tumultuous time. It was the first time many of us returned to in-person teaching after pandemic restrictions. And while most of us were very happy to return, we were also socially clunky, arguing in all caps, or nostalgically longing for the mute button, for ourselves or others. Arriving with rusty social skills is not the best starting point for 3 years of law school, and yet you clearly overcame, and did so rather quickly. By late fall of 2021, you were collaborating with each other in order to learn and integrate the really difficult concepts we were teaching you into memorable Halloween costumes, such as the intentional tort, student dressed as a turtle with a tort sign taped to his chest. Is this the tort here? well done. And the Estoppel family reunion. Before I give it away, how many? This is your last cold call. How many in the Estoppel family reunion? 7, yay! Promissory, equitable, by deed, by silence, collateral, and my personal favorite, latches. No section Halloween party, of course, would be complete without the David Super, which always features a red Argyle sweater. By the end of the semester, you were even competing for prizes in the game night organized by Professors Super and Metzi. From what I hear, it seems that the community and friendships you built during your first year have endured the test of time, and I am sure this will continue to be true in the future. You see, if the average 1L is instantly bonded with her classmates through the common effort to master a specific body of legal materials, the average Section 3 student is instantly bonded with her classmates through the additional common effort to question the specific body of legal materials at the very moment that they're trying to master them. A questioning which sometimes leads down an existential rabbit hole and eventually maybe even to the 5 stages of grief for the loss of certainty about what the law even is. In any case, this is a special kind of bonding with your peers, one that students of other sections, never having heard of the indeterminacy critique to legal interpretation, didn't go through. It will stay with you for a long time. So don't forget to impress your bosses by always making sure you flipped the argument, spotted the false necessity, and thought through the policy consequences of any doctrinal move. As a class, you have already impressed your future employers, as is clearly evidenced by the huge array and range of competitive positions that you have secured in the public and private sectors, in law firms, government agencies, judges' chambers, and NGOs in the United States and even abroad. Before ending, I would like to acknowledge that there may also be those amongst you who, because of different personal circumstances, social, family, health, financial, did not have the privilege of going through law school focusing on building bonds and expanding their connections. Those of you who did not have the privilege of prior family backgrounds in law, for example, or even first-generation college graduates, students supporting families, or students overcoming other prior hardships. You were doubly burdened, therefore your achievement today is all the more impressive. We celebrate you. From a faculty point of view, we all hope that we have given you some critical tools that will help you throughout your legal professional paths, and perhaps more importantly, help you navigate the treacherous waters of figuring out what justice means at each moment and how to go about achieving it with empathy and the understanding that no matter how much you may disagree with someone's positions, ideas, politics, you and they, in the end, share the same fragile, precious, fleeting humanity. Congratulations, graduates. Go forth and make a difference in the world. The future of law is in your capable hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sukala, for those wonderful remarks. Now, as our guests may know, the students in each first-year section take many of their classes together. They live through the ups and downs of the first year of law school together. The community they form is close, and it lasts not just beyond the first year, but through their lives. In a beloved tradition at Georgetown Law, each section selects one of their section mates to address them at commencement and share their own perspective on the section's journey and on the path ahead. Section 3 elected Nick Endo to give that address today.
Almost 3 years ago, I quit my job in education, dipped into my savings account, and embarked on a summer of travel before starting here at Georgetown. When I first applied to Law Center, I imagined that my last few weeks of freedom would include a trip to Europe, perhaps sailing to a Greek island or two. But the summer of 2021 was still early in the COVID-19 pandemic, and so, instead of Greece, I settled for what a reasonable person would call the Santorini of the continental United States, Denver. I chose Denver not just for its beautiful white sand beaches, but because of its proximity to a small town by the name of Grenada, which had long been on my travel bucket list. During World War II, Grenada, Colorado had been home to one of 10 concentration camps where the United States government had incarcerated more than 120,000 Japanese Americans following the attack on Pearl Harbor. Most of the camp's buildings in Grenada are long gone, but their stone foundations remain fairly intact. And so, when I drove my rental car there on a dreary day that summer, I was able to find the former barrack where my grandmother and her family had lived during the war. As I stood amongst the weeds and imagined the 20 by 24-foot room that had held 5 members of my family, I realized that my trip to Colorado was a more appropriate use of my summer than any Greek island cruise could have been. Here was an extremely visceral reminder of why I was headed to Georgetown Law that fall, so that I could learn the law and do my small part to ensure that such acts of racial injustice would never happen again. I thought of that moment in Colorado a lot during 1L. I think I speak for all of us when I say that our first year of law school was incredibly difficult. Learning the law was like learning a new language, and a depressing one at that. Present throughout the mountains of cases and readings we were assigned each day were countless reminders that, despite our Constitution's lofty goals, power and wealth often win the day in courtrooms. By day 2 of bargain, I had given up on my dream of taking down Big Railroad. And I began to wonder if fighting for any kind of social justice within the legal system was a pointless endeavor. But whenever desolation crept in, I tried to remember the whys that had brought me to Georgetown in the first place. I thought of that moment in Colorado, my family and communities, all the students I had served, and I found the motivation to keep going. Things got easier the further I advanced in law school. Not because the workload got lighter, it somehow got worse, but because my list of whys was growing exponentially longer. Perhaps the greatest why I've found at Georgetown has been my clients. Working in public defender offices and Georgetown's juvenile justice clinic, all of my clients have been poor, almost all of them have been non-white, and many of them have been children. My clients have been living confirmation that our legal system still disproportionately harms vulnerable populations. They also, however, remind me that there's been a great purpose behind all the legal jargon and abstract arguments that we've tested out in the classrooms. I can't whip out my Demco outline and solve all the world's problems, but I can use what we've learned about constitutional law and criminal procedure to make a real, positive, material difference in at least one person's life. Another why, of course, has been all of you. When I tell people that my 1L section was exclusively composed of students who were kind, funny, thoughtful, wildly intelligent, and incredible at making memes, they usually don't believe me. My response to them is always the same. I'm not actually allowed to lie under Rule 8.4c of the Model Rules of Professional Conduct. I will then begin bragging about what a privilege it's been these last 3 years to stand behind you in the microwave line in Legal Eats, to watch you develop your individual interests, to learn from your excellence in the classroom, and to witness you already begin using your advocacy skills in the courtroom, on the Hill, on the streets, and on the page to respond to injustice and suffering in Gaza, DC, and countless places in between. My beloved friends in Section 3, I invite you to take a moment now and think about the whys that brought you here to Law Center and the whys that kept you going. Think about your family members, friends, classmates, teachers, professors, staff members, supervisors, clients, community leaders, mentors, Judith K. That one was for you, Professor Ernst. I hope that you can take time today and in the weeks that follow to express gratitude in any form for the individuals and communities on your own list of whys. And I wonder if, like me, one of your great whys moving forward will be the knowledge that each one of us will be off working in our corner of the world and, hopefully, striving to live up to the frankly great tagline of our soon-to-be alma mater, "Law is but the means, justice is the end." Congratulations, Section 3. I love you all, and it was an honor to learn Box of 4 with you.
Thank you so much, Nick. And now, we come to the part of the celebration that we've all been waiting for. And it's one that I always treasure. One of the Georgetown traditions that I want to make sure the family and friends know about, which I always just find so moving, is our graduates who have children are free to bring them on the stage. And this is the extraordinary moment in which our Georgetown Law students, this is the moment in which they become our Georgetown Law graduates. Let me call to the stage Section 3 of the class of 2024.
Nicholas Joseph Endo. Maida Rahman. Johanna Seal. Ursa David Beckford. Aaron William Frazee. Ruby L. Grace. Tyler Jordan Alexander Bates. Ashley Lee Anderson. Rafaela C. Zabit Hall. Brianna Renee Natanya Buford. Meg M. Plambeck. Nina Simone L. Edwards. Asra Qureshi. Dorwa Trivedi. Daria Nonamaker. Zara Zhao. Shiva Michael Sethi. Robert J. Hopkirk. Vito R. Whitmore. Justin R. Fallhaber. Gates H. Young. Vanessa D. Jew. Kira Lee Edson, Blake Phillips, Benjamin Burke Lauenroth, Ender McDuff, Eli Lee, Drew Nouse, Marielle Tang, Lucille R. Holmes Anderson, Ari Pearl Wright, Anna M. Jory, Charlotte Greeny, Lauro Schreiner, Mariah Bright, Catherine Spot Winslow, Stefan N. Popa, Evan Lawrence Henderson, Elias Rivas, Zoe Dettelbach, Maya Nell Kuchin, Alexandra Tate Sugg, Brittany Nicole DeStefano Sanak, Nicholas Wenner, Isabel Miller, Sam Reese, Amy Huang, Hema M. Garia, Savannah Maria Cornejo Garcia, Miriam Eskander, Adrian Ellen Elliott, Alexis N. DeSoto, L. Jimenez, Josh Cape, Chen Wang, Bryce Samuel Kellety, Dylan M. Specht, Annika Hoffman, Rohit P. Talapragada, Rebecca Silva, Emma Ratzman, Connor Seamus O'Shea. Samuel B. Cyphers. Sarah Marguerite Briere. Cameron Mulrooney. Megan Doherty. Ella E. Helmuth. Dylan Onderdonk Snow. Alexander B. Guzzy Sprague. David H. Snower. Carly M. Sullivan. Carolyn Kennedy. Cy Craig Baker. Rachel Amelia Benjamin Danner. Casey Rose Hellman. Claire Elizabeth Shannon. Tate Rosenblatt. Hamza Yusuf. Zain A. Chowdhury. Basil Nasu Jamali. Omar Ashraf El-Sa'i. Aya El-Dosugi. Isra Faiz. Ben Dolder. Isabel Long. May Moskin. Sydney Brinker. Brianna De Vera. Floria X. Yee. Chelsea A. Clayton. Shating Ni. Yifan Lily Lee. Megan Nicole Robertson. Kayla Minton Kaufman. Robert Arthur E. Yick.
It's such a magical moment. to watch you cross the stage. And, you know, I'm particularly moved by the children and by the parents handing the diplomas and seeing all of you. As somebody who's taught in Section 3, to be with you at this moment is really, it's a privilege. So I'd like another round of applause for Section 3. So we're now drawing to a close on this wonderful celebration. Family and friends, what will happen next is faculty and administrators will process out, our graduates will process out, and again, our graduates, which is extraordinary. That's right. Yeah. Now, I should tell you, they don't have the diplomas yet, but they do have the hats. So you've got the Georgetown Law hat. So we're going to process out. There's going to be a reception on the other side of this building where you'll be able to see our graduates and faculty and friends and administrators, and it's really a wonderful experience. Just a couple of things before we process out. First of all, this was the most applause of any of the sections. So. Second, the other day we had a poll of the faculty and administrators on what was the best section. You may have heard some loose talk of other sections that think they won. It was you. And before we process out, I'd like to conclude with a well-established Georgetown law tradition, which was created last year by me, which is that I take a selfie of each of the graduating sections. So I'd like everybody to stand up so I can get a good selfie of you. This will be on my Instagram page. And now our extraordinary celebration draws to a close. One final round of applause for Section 3 of the class of 2024. Today is a great day as we celebrate the extraordinary Section 4 of the Class of 2024! This is a great day, and it is a privilege for all of us to be here to celebrate. Graduates, you are brilliant. You are hardworking. You are committed to making a difference. But that's not the only reason why you're here. You're here because people believed in you. They sacrificed for you. They shared your dreams, and they made your dreams possible to become a reality. Your family and friends. And they're gathered here today. So everybody, please rise, turn towards the family and friends, and a round of applause for the people who made this day possible. And as you receive your Georgetown law degree, we're all aware that you have received the finest legal education in the world. And that is possible. That has become a reality because of the amazing faculty and administrators who support our mission to educate the finest lawyers in the pursuit of justice. I would like them to rise and be recognized. A round of applause. Graduates, we are so very grateful to be able to come together as a community to mark this important milestone and to recognize the commitment it took to get here. Your law school experience is not only shaped by what happens in the classroom, but also by the world events that take place during your time here. In a time of polarization, in a time of extraordinary difficulty, you did not shy away from the hard issues, but rather found a way to engage with those issues and with one another. You fostered meaningful connections with teachers, staff, classmates, and communities, and demonstrated the remarkable strength of engagement and unity beyond the classroom. And we, all of us, are so proud of you. And we look forward to what you'll do in the years ahead. So for the family and friends, after this celebration, we will have a second celebration on the other side of the McDonough building, on the Paul Dean Green, next to our library. And on the walls of the Williams Library are written the Georgetown Law motto: law is but the means, justice is the end. And now more than ever, it's important to have lawyers dedicated to that mission. There are over 50,000 Georgetown Law graduates. Now, more than ever, it's important for you to be what Georgetown educates all its graduates to be, Hoyas for others. We need you now more than ever, and I can't wait to see what you will do in the years ahead. I'm proud of each of you. I recognize the incredible amount of work and of persistence it took to get to where you are now. And I look forward to celebrating with you today and our formal commencement ceremony with you on the hilltop on Sunday. Now, at our section ceremonies, we have a tradition. You'll hear first from a faculty speaker, and then from a student speaker selected by the section. So let me call to the podium your faculty speaker, professor, and one of my former students, Jonah Perlin.
Dean Traynor, members of the faculty, family, friends, and guests, and most importantly, Section 4 of the Georgetown Law Class of 2024. I am so honored to be here today to share some words of wisdom, thanks, and most importantly, congratulations as you complete your legal education. Being asked to give this speech is particularly exciting for me because almost 15 years ago, I started my own legal education here at Georgetown Law. And 12 years ago, I sat in these very seats when I graduated from the Law Center and officially joined the Club of Hoya Lawyers, a group which I am proud to be a member and which each one of you joins this weekend. At the same time, I fear that asking me to give this speech today is a subtle form of retribution. As a legal practice professor, I required many of you during your first week in law school to stare at a blank screen and craft compelling words in a new format and genre. I challenged you to write and share that writing with me, your law fellow, and your classmates. Remember that feeling? Well, the tables have turned. As I drafted these remarks, I found myself staring at the same blank screen, cursor blinking. I think I know how you felt. But like in legal writing, we rarely start from a truly blank page. As many of you have heard me say many times, authority is the building block of legal writing. The ideas of those who came before form the basis for the arguments we make today. Although I thought about starting this speech with a source of authority now very familiar to all of you, case law, I fear we might scare your families if I just started reciting facts about a hairy hand or an incident on a train. So instead, I want to start by referencing another type of precedent more appropriate for the moment, a prior graduation speech. In 2005, at the Stanford University graduation ceremony, the legendary Steve Jobs told a story about how a calligraphy course he audited after dropping out of college changed not only his life, but also the design of the now ubiquitous Macintosh computer. But it was his words that followed that inspire my remarks today. He explained, "In life, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future." This idea that life and careers are a series of dots that represent experiences, interests, and relationships, and the reality that it is difficult, if not impossible, to connect those dots in advance is one of the most important lessons I've learned in my legal career since graduating from the Law Center. It also is a message that I've heard time and time and time again from former students, Georgetown Law alums, and in podcast interviews with lawyers from across the profession. For some of you, this message might come as a surprise. After all, law school and the legal profession attract type A-driven people. We're planners. I know because I'm one of you. Ask my parents. Even when I was a small child, I always could tell you what I wanted to do when I grew up. And I'm not sure you'll believe me when I say this, but in my early years, legal writing professor was not my chosen career path. Although I'm lucky to have found my vocation teaching remarkable students like you here at Georgetown, sometimes I do think it would be fun to be a sports reporter like I dreamed of when I was a nerdy, basketball-loving fourth grader. But plans change, and society today makes the fear of the unplanned career even more difficult. After all, we live in an age when you can look up anyone's resume worldwide from your cell phone. On websites like LinkedIn, you can see their jobs lined up in chronological order with no breaks. Every step seemingly just a part of the plan, a natural continuation from success to success to success. But this linearity is a mirage. Career trajectories, even for the most successful, and maybe especially for the most successful, are rarely straight lines. They are, to borrow Jobs' metaphor, simply a combination of dots that only make sense when you try to connect them after the fact. So why do I emphasize this seeming randomness and disorder as you sit here today, looking backward at the dots you've acquired and looking forward to the journey you're about to begin? I emphasize it because I hope it will give you confidence and comfort as you commence your legal career. For most of you, today you reach the end of your formal education. Your parents probably hope it's the end of your formal education. You may have a job lined up for after graduation, or maybe you don't. Maybe you have a career plan all mapped out, maybe you don't. But whatever is next, or whatever hopes and dreams you have, take solace in the fact that you can't know what dots are next, or how they'll all connect. Your first legal job could be your last legal job, or it might just be one of many firsts. What I want you to do is take a moment, take this moment, to focus on all the incredible dots you've gained along the way and to congratulate yourselves on your accomplishments to date. Moreover, I want to encourage you to own this lack of linearity as you embark in your career. After all, one of the great parts about earning a JD is that you can do anything with it. But one of the greatest challenges of earning a JD is also that you can do anything with it. And the thing you eventually might become an expert in may not only be something you know nothing about today, it may be something that doesn't even exist yet. You simply don't know which experience, which mentor, which boss, which classmate, which case, which coworker, which failure, which success, or which mistake will set you up for the career of your dreams. Don't be afraid to plan and to dream, but remain open to change and remember to embrace serendipity. Here are some suggestions for how to do that. Be bold. Raise your hand. Try things out of your comfort zone, make connections, find a mentor, find a bunch of mentors, be a mentor, be generous with your time and expertise and help without expecting anything in return, be patient, rest in the calm times so you can give it your all in the busy ones, don't say yes reflexively, but be ready to say yes when that opportunity comes. Try things, make small bets, and bet on yourself. Don't be afraid to fail and start over. Be kind. Show empathy. Remember, mistakes happen, yet how you respond to those mistakes is how you will be judged for them. I guess what I'm trying to say is instead of focusing on the connections between the dots and what dots might come next, today is the day to focus on the dots you've already experienced and to commit yourself to getting new ones. And as much as you're focused today on the dots you've acquired over the last 3 years, don't forget the dots you already had before coming to law school. Remember the people who raised and supported you, many of whom are sitting right behind you today. I know you all love the law and especially legal writing. But also remember the things that interested you before you stepped foot into McDonough Hall, and remember the things that still light you up outside the practice of law. Remember the communities from which you came and the communities you've chosen since, and most of all, remember why you came to law school, even if what you plan to do first has changed a little bit since you got here. So to conclude, I want to offer one more piece of precedent from another famous graduation speech. 70 years ago, Adlai Stevenson II, a former governor of Illinois, UN ambassador, and two-time nominee for president, said the following to the Princeton class of 1954. He said, "Your days are short here. This is the last of your springs. And now in the serenity and quiet of this lovely place, touch the depths of truth, feel the hem of heaven. You will go away with old, good friends. And don't forget when you leave why you came." Congratulations, class of 2024. I can't wait to see what's next. Hoya Saxa.
Thank you, Professor Ferland, for those wonderful remarks. And he was my student. So I want to take total credit. Now, as our guests may know, the students in each first year section take many of their classes together, most of their classes together, living through the ups and the downs of their first year of law school. The community they form is close, and it lasts long beyond the first year, not just throughout law school, but throughout their lives. The community they form is so close, and we recognize that today in a beloved tradition. Each section selects one of its section mates to address them at commencement and to share their own perspective on the section's journey together and the path ahead. Section 4 elected Wala Hassan. And you will now hear from Wala. Welcome.
Hello, congratulations, everyone. We did it. We're here at our graduation. Though we always jokingly boasted about our section being the best, among us are truly some of Georgetown Law's best and brightest. Here sitting before me, I see dedicated clinic students, student organization leaders, journal editors, and an entire section of future lawyers whose work will positively impact the future of the law. As we gather to celebrate our accomplishments over the past 3 years, let us all take a moment to remember who we were when we first got to Georgetown. I'm sure that many of us felt the immense pressure to succeed or the crushing weight of imposter syndrome upon us. I'm sure that during 1L, some of us didn't think we would make it, especially after our Civ Pro midterm. But here we are. Well, before I started my journey at Georgetown Law, I was a student at Head Start, a free preschool program for low-income children. While I was a young child at Head Start, I believed the world just and people naturally good. I was the preschool Candide. However, the years went by and my feelings started to change. As a person moving through society, I felt no one was fighting for me or what I believed in. So I decided to go to law school and try to make a difference. I was so excited to take classes that matched my passion for social justice, and I enrolled in Income and Public Benefits, a class focused on poverty law taught by Professor Peter Edelman, who's here today. Professor Edelman dedicated his legal career to poverty law reform, working with Robert Kennedy and later President Clinton. Professor Edelman also helped to found Head Start, the very preschool program that I attended, and credit to supporting my academic achievements. On the last day of class, yes, give him a... On the last day of class, I thanked Professor Edelman for his contributions as my professor, but also for his contributions in the founding of Head Start, which I would not be here without today. With tears in our eyes, mine from endless gratitude for what his work did for me, and his from seeing a fully realized success story due to his decades of work in poverty law, we exchanged goodbyes. It was my single greatest moment at my time at Georgetown Law. Meeting Professor Edelman made me realize that at the crux of everything is a lawyer. Lawyers are on the forefront of change. Behind monumental cases and movements that brought forth lasting impact, like the civil rights movement and the LGBTQ movement, were lawyers who wrote briefs and argued in the courts. Behind families who avoid eviction or are granted asylum are lawyers who work tirelessly to be zealous advocates. Being a lawyer affords us a superpower that, although not as cool as Spider-Man, comes with great responsibility, which can be utilized for justice or injustice. But being a tool for justice comes down to choice. One of my favorite books, Dying to Be Me by Anita Moorjani, tells the story of a near-death experience. In it, where Johnny, after her long battle with cancer, died for 30 hours. In those 30 hours, she had a life-altering encounter with her deceased father. He presented her with a choice. She could choose to pass on, or she could choose to live. But her father presented her with one stipulation. If she chose to live, she must go forth and live life fearlessly. Now, I'm not saying going to Georgetown Law is the same as having a near-death experience, even if that might be what property felt like for some of us. But an important aspect of utilizing your role for justice involves living life fearlessly. During the course of your legal careers, when you're faced with tough decisions that further injustice or fight for justice, you have incredible power in your choices. You are in the position to be on the forefront of change and at the helm of justice. You are in a position to advocate for life-changing policies and reforms that will help millions. You, my fellow future lawyers, are now at the crux of everything. Congratulations, class of 2024!
That was a terrific speech. Another round of applause for Wala. And I'd also like a round of applause for Professor Edelman. And now is the moment we have all been waiting for. In a minute, Section 4 will cross the stage. Two traditions that you may see. One is, if any members of the section had one or more children while they were in law school, they're invited to bring them across the stage. And if any of them have parents who are Georgetown Law graduates, the parents can present the diploma to the member of Section 4. And those two traditions reflect that this is a law center that is a community and that treasures the relationships among us. So this is the moment. Right now, Section 4, your students. In a minute, you will become graduates of Georgetown Law. I present to you Section 4.
Miriam E. Allen. Wala Hassan. Mariah Grace Johnson. Marcus W. Liao. Blair A. Cox. Jayla Elise Siemens. Andrea Michelle Hudson. Monica Gindi. Rebecca M. Campbell. Shannon Benson. Alexa DeVito. Olivia Luongo. Vivian K. Bridges. Maggie Harchie. Caitlin Ann Coffey. Alyssa Rachel Greenstein. Alexa Simone Perlmutter. Brian D. McElroy. Garrett N. Eldred. Robert Hunter. Isaac Hahn. David Kim. Quinn Tassin. Valentine Joachim Bruder. Max F. Van Zyl. Ava Linda Songli Cam. Richard Christopher Reynolds. Xijia Huang. Katarina Mattmuller. Hannah Marielle Hartford. Andrea M. Ojeda. Catherine Kirkpatrick. Laura Gerasi. Allison Brummer. Zachariah Hassan. Mary Borchers. Samuel Agranovich. Alexandra N. Christoph. Kevin N. Jones. Kathan Thomas Dahlberg. James Cora. Victoria Renee Kofsky. William Ryan. Zoe Kate Topaz. Laura Eve Toland. Filippo Zinni. Kevin D. Runfola. Sarah C. Nutter. Catherine G. Ziegler. Christina Danberg Bubel. Max Demers. Christopher Robert Moore. Garrett Cray Greensmith. Taylor Quinlan. Rachel D. Harper. Amelia J. Lucas. Chase W. Gordon. Matthew G. Beals. Nehemiah Gregory McGowan. Isaac Shapiro. Island Lee. Song Tag Kang. Mateo G. Crow. Brendan Fugere. Rachel Jessica Wolf. Cameron DeRay. Sean Tierney. Neil M. Grismore. Cameron D. Lakin. Victoria Burzin. Camilla Ramirez. Serena Dinesh Kumar. Juliet Page Dale. Emma C. Street. Enmeka I. Onyeonowu. Jasper Noble. Leo Robles Rodriguez. Jasmine Sylvia Jimenez. Robert William Henson. Natasha Haley Sarna. Ashley Elizabeth Allen. Rafael Angel Nunez Jr. Javen Marquise Kosteva. Hattie Phelps. Alexandra Peterson. Christina Mute. Andrew Yablonsky. Grayson William Keel. Kelsey Wilson Pitts. Ann E. Kettler. Xavier A. Casso. Carlos Villarroel. Farhan Wong. Ling Fan Yu. Rujia Guo. Ezra Robin Clark. Joseph Latin.
Watching our graduates march across the stage and receive their diplomas, and seeing the children and the alumni parents, this is an extraordinarily moving experience for all of us. And we're so proud of the graduates. So I'd like another round of applause for the graduating class. All right, our ceremony is almost at a close. So after the ceremony is done, the faculty and I will process, one. Then the graduates, and again, no longer students, graduates, will process. Please, family and friends, wait until they leave the stage or the tent. We will then have a reception on the far side of the McDonough building. And we'll have tomorrow the formal commencement ceremony on the hilltop. So this is really an extraordinary occasion. The weather has held until this moment. Two final things before we break. First, graduates, the other day, I polled the faculty and staff, which, we have 10 of these, which was the best section. So you may hear some loose talk from other sections that may think they're the best, but this is clearly the best section. A round of applause for the best section. And as we close, we will honor a venerable Georgetown law tradition that was established last year by me. And I'm going to take selfies with Section 4. So everybody stand up. Not just the best section, but an extraordinarily photogenic section as well. So, one more round of applause for the great Section 4 class of 2024. Good afternoon and welcome. Today is a great day as we celebrate the extraordinary members of Section 5 of the Georgetown Law Class of 2024. Graduates, you are brilliant. You're hardworking. You're dedicated to the legal profession. But you would not be here if it weren't for other people. People who shared your dreams, who sacrificed for you, who believed in you, and who supported you through law school, your family and friends. Stand up, turn around, and a big round of applause for family and friends. And you received the best legal education in the world. And the people who made that possible were our amazing faculty and administration. Please stand so you can be recognized. This is a great day. We are grateful to be able to come together as a community to mark this important milestone and to recognize the commitment it took to get here. Graduates, your law school experience has not only been shaped by what has happened in the classroom, but also by the world events that took place during your time here. It has been a time of polarization, a time of extraordinary difficulty, and you did not shy away from the hard issues. You found a way to engage with those issues and with one another. You fostered meaningful connections with teachers, staff, classmates, and communities, and you demonstrated the remarkable strength of engagement and unity beyond the classroom. And all of us, and I speak for faculty, administration, and all of your family and friends, we are all so proud of you. So today is the day when you are no longer Georgetown Law students. Today, you are Georgetown Law graduates. And all of us look forward to what you will do in the years ahead. Georgetown Law's motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. After this event, after this celebration, we will have a second celebration on the other side of the McDonough building at what we call the Paul Dean Green. And at the far side of it is the Edward Bennett Williams Library. And over the door is our motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. Today, you become the inheritors of that tradition. There are more than 50,000 Georgetown Hoya lawyers. They have made an extraordinary difference in the world. They stand for Hoyas for others. And today, you become the most recent members of that community, and I can't wait to see what you will do in the years ahead. At this time, now more than ever, we need you. So today we celebrate. Tomorrow we will celebrate on the hilltop with our formal commencement ceremony. But this is a moment that, for me, for everybody here, is so profoundly moving. Another congratulations, round of applause for the class of 2024. Now, at Georgetown Law, at our section graduations, we have a tradition. You will hear from a faculty member, and you will hear from a student speaker who you selected. So we begin with the faculty member. I'd like to call to the podium Professor and A.B. Chettle Chair in Civil Procedure, David Fladek.
Congratulations to Section 5 graduates. You made it. You were sort of a rowdy crowd. You probably still are, but we never doubted you. We are so proud of each of you for your accomplishments, and I'm just thrilled to be here with you today. So I got only 3 things to say. First, your colleagues. Hold them dear. In our first class, I asked you to sign up, to stand up to greet your colleagues. I said that your colleagues are wonderful people. Why? Because Andy Kornblatt is never wrong, right? They will be terrific lawyers. They'll be terrific friends for life. Working together on those worksheets, which you loved, I'm sure, galvanized Section 5. You did this together. Don't let geography or work erode those bonds. Stay together. You'll be better for it. Second, and the dean has already said this, but it's worth saying again, You know, law school's a grind. Everyone needs support from family, friends, and one another. So take a minute, stand up, and give a shout out to those who helped you through law school. They deserve your thanks, right? Yeah. So the last thing I want to say is let's talk about lawyering. Remember holding a subpoena in class? You remember that? I made you hold it up, right? I did that to show you the power that lawyers have. After all, the Food and Drug Administration doesn't have subpoena authority. But when you join the bar this fall, and you all will, you will have that power. Think about that. With power comes responsibility. When I was sworn in back in the Pleistocene era, right, when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, there were fewer than 1 million lawyers in the United States, right, with about 6,000 people doing legal aid. That's right, 1/3 of the profession actually represented people. The rest, they represented government, companies. So fast forward to today. Today, there are about 1.3 million lawyers and still about 6,000 legal aid lawyers. And the percentage of lawyers who represent people has plummeted. So here's the reality, and this is the law of tough noogies. Right? Most Americans can't afford lawyers. Most Americans are not poor. They're just unrich, right? They're just not rich. They can't afford a lawyer if, for instance, a child's public school won't provide special education needs for a struggling child. Or take another example. There may be a family struggling with a leaky roof because the roofing company won't honor a warranty. These cases often go by the wayside. Why? Because there is no lawyer. So, tough noogies, right? So here's my pitch. Do pro bono work. Do it from the start. Law firms encourage it. The government says the same thing. The need is overwhelming, and helping a family in legal need can be incredibly satisfying. Being paid by a hug is much more meaningful than a few billable hours. So that's my ask for you. So Section 5, 2024, go forth and do good. Thanks so much.
What a terrific speech. What inspiring comments. Another round of applause for Professor Battle. As our guests may know, the students in each first year section take most of their classes together. They live through the ups and the downs of the first year of law school. The community they form is often close, and it lasts not just throughout law school, but it will last through life. In a beloved tradition at Georgetown Law, each section elects one of their section mates to address them at commencement and to share their own perspective on the section's journey together and the path ahead. Section 5 elected Warren Geary.
Good afternoon, classmates, faculty, and most importantly, friends and family who have joined us here to celebrate a long-awaited day, our graduation from law school. We are thrilled that you are here to help us commemorate this milestone in our journey from terrified 1L to barred attorney. Life today is so much different than when we started at Georgetown. We wore masks everywhere, we took rapid COVID tests like they were Skittles, and We drank more caffeinated products than any licensed physician would recommend. These last 3 years have been a struggle that we endured to learn about the law. And in that time, we have learned more than simply what the law is. We've learned how to think about the law, how to challenge the law, and better yet, how to change the law. And that is my message on behalf of Section 5. I hope that as we don these fancy robes and receive these fancy diplomas, we do so with the singular goal in mind, and I must say Professor Vladeck stole my speech, to bring some good to the world. Every day we turn on the news and we see lawyers, all armed with the same degree, with the same education, with the same professional toolkit. We see them striving their hardest to make the world a little worse. They use their brilliance to make sure that people of color can't elect their representative of choice. They use their talents to ensure that our mothers and our sisters and our daughters can't control what happens to their bodies. And they use their skills to ensure that weapons of terrible power are in the hands of autocrats and oppressors, leading to heart-wrenching humanitarian consequences. But that's where we come in. We might have learned the law of tough noogies from Professor Vladeck, but that need not be the end of the story. We are about to embark on the next stage of our journey to become fully fledged, barred attorneys at law. And where some lawyers have chosen a darker path, we have the opportunity to choose a better one. Some of us will leave here and advocate in the public interest. We'll help write bills in Congress. We'll represent indigent clients in court, and we'll challenge laws that limit our constitutional rights. That path to bringing some good into the world is clear, and I encourage everyone to stay on it. Others will leave here, and we will join law firms and corporations. And even with our day jobs, we have the ability to help. Be it pro bono cases, suing the government for civil rights violations, or helping refugees obtain permanent resident status, or even drafting a will for a veteran who can't afford a lawyer. We, too, have a myriad of opportunities to both improve the law and, just as importantly, its availability to members of our society. We can use our brilliance and our talents and our skills to bring some good into the world, and we're ready to do it. I mean, we survived the trauma of a 3-hour torts exam with Professor Tobia. We survived oral arguments in legal practice despite no coaching. And we survived not one, but 2 memo weeks. So, with everything that Georgetown Law had to throw at us, here we stand. The world really is our oyster. Now let's go make it a little bit better. Congratulations to Georgetown Law's class of 2024. We made it.
That was a terrific speech, Warren. One more round of applause for Warren. All right, now is the moment we have all been waiting for, when members of Section 5 climb up these stairs as students and climb down those stairs as graduates. Two Georgetown Law traditions that I want to make sure that everybody knows about. One is, if any of our graduates had children while they were in law school, the children can come on the stage with the parent. And if any of our graduates have a parent who's an alum of Georgetown Law, the parent can come on the stage and present the diploma to the member of the class. And I think these are unique, and they reflect one of the things that is unique and powerful about Georgetown Law, which is we are, in every sense, a community. So I now present to you members of the class of 2024. Please come to the stage.
Warren Gary. Heaven Johnson Branch. Chun Hui Lee. Snow Inju Jang. Yanting Chen. Elijah Kane Conley. Ariel Arnetta June. Tanisha Capri Zandamela. Kalkidan Sime Fesaha. Sophia Emily Arbes. Addison Jackson. Emily Wakeman. Brianna Wilbur. Riley Wright. Sadie O'Connor. Damon Thomas Hayes. Lauren Gray Miller. Kate Applegate. Justin Palm. Michael Cohane. Ari S. Beck. Chris Garter. Christopher A. Haynes. Jacob Lester. James J. Bernstein. Michael Nisper. Connor W. Reese. Tracy Daniel Johnson. Ndodi Joseph Obichi. Teresa M. Zeiser. Lauren Watts. Carolyn F. Eade. Mason Foster Ice. Rhiannon Reese Talbert. Chang Yue Yin. Rachel Ling. Skylar Maribel Jacobs. James Brian Holland. Haider Mehdi Johnny. Brenna Gaffney. Nicholas Anthony Friedlish. Anna Elizabeth Butler Primish. Lizzie Lee McGee. William Harrison Kalix. Rebecca Ebert. Max Rosenthal. Nicole J. Stites. Kate Glow. Rebecca Sterling Brett. Hannah M. Yazo. Zachary R. Bradley. Matthew James Gaydon. Cormac Polk Dugan. Andrew David Snell. Wesley Chen. Stephen Lin. Maggie Lumu Colombo. Catherine G. O'Keefe. Alan Y. Wayne. Carter Nicholas Bowman. Catherine Sherman. Mary C. Conley. Abby West. Lucy Kaler. Lean C. Van Bazine. Dominic R. Gardetto. Liam Patrick Nolan. Carolyn Rachel Trenier. Joshua N. Galst. Graham Victor Vert. Edward Alexander Reynolds. Rushab A. Shah. Zachary Semple. Aaron Kim Lee. Joyce Lee. So Mang Lee. Yu Song Lee. Ji Hoon Paul Suk. Michaela Marie Knox. Madison Torres. Yvette Gabriel. Zenab Irfan. Shannon Margaret Gramley. Diego Huerta. Abigail May Lovell. Stephanie J. Houghton. Megan Elgie. Morgan Rosman. Brandon Easley. Samir Rai.
It is such a privilege to be here today. It is so moving for me, for all of us, to watch you march across the stage. And I know that this is a moment that you will always remember. And I want you to know how proud we are of you, how proud your family and friends are of you. I want to acknowledge this is the 8th graduation ceremony. And we were just conferring the best applause by family and friends, so kudos to you. All right, one more time for the class of 2024. All right, the celebration is about to draw to a close. I know. So, family and friends, what's going to happen is faculty, staff, and I will process out our graduates. And again, you came here as students, you are now graduates. Our graduates will process out. Family and friends wait until the graduates process out of the tent. We will then have a terrific celebration, again, on the far side of that building, far side of McDonough. 2 things before we break. First, a couple days ago, I had a poll. You know, we have 10 of these events. And I did a poll of the faculty and staff, and I said, which is the best section? And it was you. So over the next day, you may hear from some of the other sections that they were the best. Don't believe them. It was you by a mile. All right, and now, as we draw to a close, we're going to honor a very venerable Georgetown law tradition, which was started last year by me. And at the end of the ceremony, I take a selfie with the members of the graduating section. So everybody, stand up so I can take a selfie. All right. One more round of applause for the class of 2024! Good afternoon and welcome! Today is a great day as we celebrate the extraordinary Section 6 of the Georgetown Law Class of 2024! Graduates, as transfer students, you brought skills, talent, perspective, resilience, and a willingness to take risks, all of which enhanced our community in immeasurable ways. I was myself a transfer student, so I know we're the best. I understand what a leap it was to make the decision to come here after your first year. And all the other sections were admitted by Dean Andy because of what they did in college. You were admitted because of what you did in law school. So obviously you're stars. So, you're brilliant, you're hardworking, you're dedicated to the legal profession, you're stars. But you didn't do it alone. You are here because family and friends believed in you, sacrificed for you, supported your dreams, and helped make it possible for you to flourish in law school. So I'd like everybody to stand up and face family and friends and give them a round of applause. All right, settle down. And you have received the best legal education in the world. And it is made possible by the amazing faculty and administrators who support our mission to educate the finest lawyers in the pursuit of justice. Faculty and administrators, please stand. Everyone, join me in recognizing them. Graduates, we are so very grateful to be able to come together as a community to mark this important milestone and to recognize the commitment it took to get here. Your law school experience is not only shaped by what happens in the classroom. It is shaped also by the world events that take place during your time at Georgetown Law. This has been a time of polarization. This has been a very difficult time. And you did not shy away from the hard issues. You found a way to engage with those issues and with one another. You fostered meaningful connections with teachers, staff, classmates, and communities, and you demonstrated the remarkable strength of engagement and unity beyond the classroom. And we, everyone here, is so proud of you. And we can't wait to see what you will do in the years ahead. Georgetown Law's motto is law is but the means, justice in the end. So for our family and friends, after this celebration, you will go to the Paul Dean Green on the opposite side of this building, next to our library. And on the walls of the library, it has our motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. For more than 150 years, Georgetown Law graduates have lived true to that mission. They have been Hoyas for others. They have made a profound difference. Today, you are no longer students. Today, you are Georgetown lawyers, and I cannot wait to see what you will do in the years ahead. So I am proud of each of you, and I recognize the amazing amount of work and perseverance it took to get to where you are now. I look forward to the celebration tomorrow on the hilltop, and it is a privilege for me to be with you here today. So another round of applause and congratulations for our graduates. So at Georgetown Law, we have a tradition at our section graduations. We have a faculty speaker, and we have a student speaker selected by the graduates. So we will first hear from our faculty speaker, Agnes Williams, Sesquicentennial Professor of Justice Innovation, Professor Tanina Rostain.
Section 6, my favorite section. Our spectacular transfer students, you've made it. Congratulations. You are graduates of Georgetown Law. And congratulations and thank you to the families, friends, and loved ones who supported you financially, emotionally, and spiritually along the way and are here to celebrate with you today. So thank you, family, friends, loved ones. I'm especially excited to celebrate with you because I consider myself a transfer too. Like you, I came to Georgetown from another slightly less fancy school, and like you, I felt that from day one, I had to prove that I belonged here. You came here with a glint in your eye, a particular focus, a special intensity. I saw that in so many of you. You've done very well at another law school, and now you're going to show off your stuff in the big leagues. And you did it. You proved to the world, and more importantly, to yourselves, that you could succeed at Georgetown and most importantly, make Georgetown your home. In fact, you, our transfer students, are one of our best kept secrets. I know you hear about Section 3 or Section 2 or Section 1 or Section 7, but Section 6 is the one to keep an eye on. Those of you I had the honor and privilege of teaching in evidence and in my other classes were always at the top of your game and the best students in the class. It may simply have been that unlike your classmates, you still did the reading before class as opposed to during class. That's usually my first tip-off that a student is a transfer student. You all prepared. Well, at least you did the first year that you got here. I know that you're going to go off and do great things as civil rights lawyers, climate lawyers, and public defenders, as associates at big firms, at smaller firms, as government lawyers and law clerks. I know at least one of you, I don't know where Sarah is, I know one of you is going to be, at least one of you is going to be a patent lawyer. I'm looking forward to hearing about your wondrous exploits and achievements in the years to come. Today, though, I want to talk to you about how to spend your time outside of work and about the challenges and practices of paying attention. You've already mastered the capacity to pay attention in class, and you will bring that type of attention to the work you do. You will research in depth, pay attention to details, carefully parse the law, write compelling memos and briefs, and make forceful arguments, all of which will make us and your families and loved ones very proud. All of this is going to demand a lot of your attention, and specifically the type of attention you've learned to give to your studies. What I want you to consider, though, are other activities that might merit your attention and that call differently to your senses, your mind, and your heart. As you embark on your careers, you may want to think about what other things matter and what you want to learn to pay attention to. Different activities and pursuits require different forms of attention, and paying attention can be really hard. It's very hard to give attention to something different when you come home from work or on your day off. You're tired, your brain feels like mush. All you want to do is scroll through TikTok or Instagram, and the especially hard part is pulling away from your email and stopping yourself from doing more work, checking email, responding to it. So let me suggest two activities, one a little easier, one harder, that require different type of attention. I would do three, but they didn't give me enough time. So back in February, I was awakened in the pitch dark. I'm doing multimedia here, guys. Let's see how this goes. I was awakened in the pitch dark to this sound. So let's see. And I'm going to call on you. Let's see if this works. Does that work? Can you hear that? Okay, so what is that? Oh, good, a bird, you know. Right answer, always important. Any guess as to what kind of bird? So this is in February. It is pitch dark. It's 5:30, and I'm hearing that, but it was a lot louder and a lot more piercing. So the next time I heard it, I pulled out my Merlin app, and I recorded it. And Merlin told me it was a northern cardinal. And Google told me that their full-throated cheer, 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 cheer song is an exciting sign that the seasons are shifting. It was February. I thought this guy was getting a little ahead of himself. Anyway, fast forward a few months, there he was in my backyard yesterday, same bird on a wire, singing away, protecting his turf, keeping an eye on his mate who was hopping around and feeding. So that's the first activity I'm going to suggest. Pay attention to birds. Pay attention to birds. Their habits, their amazing you can research them, their habits, their amazing migrations, their crazy colors and dances, but you don't have to. You don't have to keep a life list. The amazing thing about birds, all 10,000 species, is that they were everywhere where human beings are and when they aren't. There's a robin that has a nest right over there. You'll find the same ones and different ones everywhere you go. And there's 64 different species that in the last week were spotted half a mile from here. So all you need to do that, though, get an app, Merlin, and put in a little extra time when you head to work in the morning, when you go out and grab a bite, when you head home, to stop and listen and look. Okay, so that's one activity. The second way of paying attention is a little harder and requires a different type of paying attention. So there's a cognitive scientist named Marianne Wolf. She's done a lot of research about the difference between reading digitally and scrolling, skimming, scanning on a digital device versus reading words on a page left to right on the printed page. What happens in your brain when you read a book versus what you do when you're looking on a phone are completely different types of activities and things. She's got a lot of things to say about it and how important and complicated it is, but one key takeaway from her work is that reading is an acquired skill and a very hard one to keep up. It's not like riding a bike. If you don't practice, you start to lose the capacity to do it. But it's worth it. Books will transport you and transform you. So some of you may be thinking, especially the English majors, there might be one or two left. The English majors here? Yes, they're thinking, oh, wait a minute, hey, this might be the time to read David Foster Waller's Infinite Jest, or Toni Morrison's Beloved, or maybe Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse. Well, if that's what you're thinking, maybe that's what I'll do on my bar trip, just slow down a little bit. Those are really, really hard books. This is the advice I found on Reddit. Quote, it's good advice. Reddit is good, you know? Find some nuggets. Quote, I think people should treat reading like weightlifting. There's some weights you aren't ready for yet, but if you keep challenging yourself, soon enough you'll be lifting weights you thought were impossible. So start with something short. Start with the short stories of Alice Munro. Alice Munro, you may be wondering, who is Alice Munro? She was an old white lady, I'm an old white lady, so I can say that, from Canada, not even a really scenic part of Canada with beautiful mountains, southwestern Ontario, and she died last week at the age of 92. She wasn't just any old white lady from Canada, she was one of the greatest short story writers in the English language. And she wrote about small town folks, and particularly their complex inner lives. She wrote about bodies and sex and crime and tragedy and death. As one obit put it, the damage people inflict on one another in the name of love. She was awarded the Nobel Prize back in 2013 when she was 82, and at the time, the Nobel Prize Committee wrote, through their complexity, I'm quoting, through their complexity, through their clarity, and through their precision, the stories Munro has published capture the very feelings of what it is like to live, to be alive, the feeling of just being a human being. So I encourage you members of Section 6 to find those activities that require different types of attention and remind you of the wonder and the beauty, the complexity and sadness that is being a human being in this world. Listen to the birds and read Alice Munro. Congratulations, Section 6. Thank you for being such spectacular students. I love all of you. Good luck, and please keep in touch.
Wonderful advice, Professor Rothstein. Thank you. Now, in a beloved tradition at Georgetown Law, each section selects one of their section mates to address them at commencement and to share their own perspective on the section's journey together and the path ahead. Section 6 elected Ashka Sheath to give that address today. Ashka?
Good afternoon, esteemed faculty, proud parents, admired guests, and my fellow graduates. My name is Ashka Sheth, and I am so honored to be standing here today to address you on this momentous occasion, and nervous. Here we all are, ready to stand together as graduates. This is an accomplishment that should not be understated. And for our section, it really can't be. While our paths to this lawn have been vastly different, we are all tied together through our willingness to take a chance on ourselves. Hailing from 58 different law schools around the country, this group took a leap and transferred to this prestigious university. It was never easy, but we did it anyways. At our Georgetown Law orientation, we sat in a McDonough classroom just as bright-eyed as we were 1 year prior for our 1L orientations, with maybe a few more white hairs and wrinkles. Some might have felt imposter syndrome or wondered if they made the right decision. But being chosen for admission here solidified the fact that we belonged. So when Dean Traynor called us the best and the brightest and emphasized that we were wanted here, I believed him. I believed him because I know how hard we all worked to be here, and I know that we earned our place here. That work is what carried us through to this place, Georgetown Law. I might be biased, but I think that transferring here was the best way in. Because we started at different schools, we arrived with a different perspective and an appreciation for the school and the city. We sought out opportunities that maybe we didn't have at our original institutions. We knew we wanted to make the most of our time here, and so we pushed ourselves beyond our limits and in pursuit of our aspirations. We put ourselves out there, and luckily, Georgetown welcomed us with open arms. You sit here today carrying with you your many years of hard work, dedication, perseverance, and maybe even some tears. But today is not just about celebrating our individual achievements. It is also about recognizing the journey that we have undertaken together. We supported each other through exams, internships, clinics. We validated each other when we wanted to stay in instead of going out, or even when we chose to go out instead of staying in. Together, we overcame challenges, and we forged meaningful friendships that will last a lifetime. As was the case when we started law school, the times are still quite unprecedented. From attacks on women's reproductive rights to the innocent lives lost from senseless violence in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, it is easy to feel a sense of hopelessness. But as much as I miss precedented times, as I look out into this crowd and see the next generation of lawyers and leaders, I think we're ready. It's on us to take a stand against oppression. We need to remember that this degree gives us the privilege of power and a great responsibility. Our duty is to embrace this opportunity and serve our communities with empathy, humility, and grace while upholding the integrity of the legal system. Sometimes that means holding people accountable, pushing them to do better and to be more inclusive so that we can open doors for those behind us and generations to come. Let us not forget the motto of Georgetown Law. I know we've heard it today, but I'll say it again. Law is but the means, justice is the end. Now that we've been given the means, I challenge you to find the end. Let us strive to be good lawyers, but more importantly, good people. Let us find our passions to do meaningful work in the process as well. On behalf of Section 6, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our professors and mentors who have always encouraged us along this difficult but rewarding journey. Without your guidance, none of us would be here today. To the family and friends who traveled near and far to celebrate with us, thank you for your unwavering support. Without your guidance, I believe I speak for all the graduates today when I say that we could not have done any of this without you. To my fellow classmates, congratulations. I hope that you believe in yourself and you bet on yourself. If you ever lose sight of just how amazing you are, pick up the phone and call one of us. We will remind you. And I'm so excited to see all the places that you'll go. Finally, to my parents and my grandparents, who I didn't tell that I was doing this speech, sorry. To my parents and grandparents who immigrated to this country with nothing, but gave me everything, thank you for your sacrifice. I owe this cap and gown to you, I owe this degree to you, and I hope I've made you proud. Thank you. So to close, although I'm sure all of you have heard a lot of Legally Blonde quotes recently, I don't think they've gotten old yet, so To paraphrase what the great legal scholar Ella Woods once said, congratulations, class of 2024, we did it! Thank you.
That was a fabulous talk. Another round of applause for Oscar. And I want to echo what Asha said, which is absolutely right. How remarkable you are. You were stars at the law schools where you started. You did amazingly well. It would have been easy to stay, but you didn't. You, and I love what you said is exactly right, you took a chance on yourself. And you came here and you flourished. And I hear again and again about the remarkable contributions you've made in the classroom and in activities and the way in which you really have defined us so powerfully as a law school. So on behalf of everybody here, I want to thank you for choosing Georgetown Law. All right, now is the moment we've all been waiting for. And I have to say, it is so moving. It's the moment in which our graduates line up, and they are students as they climb the stairs, and they are graduates as they descend. Two Georgetown traditions that I want to make sure that everybody's aware of. If our graduates have children, they're welcome to bring them on the stage to share in the moment. And if their parents went to Georgetown Law, the parent can hand the diploma to the graduate. And those two moments embody what makes Georgetown Law so special. It's a law school that treasures community and treasures family and treasures who we are as people. So this is going to be a moment that always brings tears to our eyes. I present to you the Georgetown Law Section 6 class of 2024.
Ashka T. Sheth. Karishma N. Trivedi. Vanessa S. Torres. Mark Tucker. David Tyler Schweitzer. Anne Mummery. Catherine Marie Mattis. Julia Cash. Megan Matursky. Taylor Ann Fisher. Harshita K. Ganesh. Samantha Leah Crystal. Abigail Khan Gambino. Brian Basso. Aaron J. Detman. William Malloy Machi. Thomas A. Caruso. Julia Grace Leisenring. Edward Wong. Enrico Giovanni Picosa Jr. Grace Garver. Paige Power Kendrick. Intebohang Maya Mequena. Abigail G. Haglage. Allison Williams. Raul C. Paez. Nicola Lee Osterreich. Emma R. Howard. Charles R. Moore. Catherine Taylor Lewis. Hayden Stober. Carson William Baylor. Michael Hayes. Paul Tettenbaum. Megan C. Stormberg. Erin Mina Huang. Alexandra M. Lee. Lana G. Wynn. Selenir A. Flagg. Madison Michelle Pepe. Elena A. Francis. Jackson Tyler Missy. Sarah Nator. Cindy Yao. Eli Bu. Julie Tolme. Merve Soilu. Evan Molyneux. Douglas Michael Hicks. Joseph G. McGowan. Mashel Al-Kasafi. Andrew P. Nisco. G. Corey Merman. Connor Bremer. Pierce J. Annan. Azam S. Chaudhry. Curtis L. Sales III. Gabriel B. Rodi Ramazani. Jessica Valdez Garcia. Rodrigo A. Bermudez. Abigail Aseneth Kunkler. Tao Fung Nguyen Donnelly. Megan Jepson. Ashley Hollis. Catherine L. Landfair Henneke. Alexandra Witcher. Sydney Ilana Grabel. Erica Strauch. Margaret Lena Romanen. Cody Brianna Fisher. Bhavya Vyas. Lubna Kayali. Roy Aw. Jack Chen. Noah Benjamin Levin. Anne Marie Miller Minks. Ashley Calcagno. Megan Elizabeth Schubert. Lindsay Noel Cutler. Emily Johnson. Brenna Molinari. Katrina Rose Redmond. Connor Collette. Colette M. Brassett. Lauren Nostrum. Danielle J. Kim. Ayana M. Gaines. John Mark E. Gladstone. Daniel Shimano. Kara Kavanaugh. Alexis J. Marvel. Naman Gupta. Wyatt James Wisnowski. Noah B. Curtis. Aiden Michael Delaney. John J. Hahn. Joshua D. Newhouse.
That was incredibly moving. And I have to say, so this is the 9th ceremony. There was a lot more shouting and support here than at any other. You are so fabulous. A round of applause for the great class of 2024. All right. We're about to conclude this ceremony. A few logistics. The faculty, administrators, and I will process out first. Then our graduates, no longer our students, our graduates, round of applause on that. Our graduates will process out, and then family and friends, let them process out, and then we're all going over to the reception on the other side of the McDonough building. Okay. A couple of closing comments, observations. First, 2 days ago, so there are 10 of these ceremonies. 2 days ago, I did a poll of the faculty and administrators to ask them which was the best section. And it was you. Now, that's between us. Now, you may hear some loose talk from the other sections about that they think they were the best. They weren't. It was you by a mile. Congratulations. And now, as we get ready to close, I want to honor a very venerable Georgetown tradition, which was established last year by me, which is that I take a selfie with the graduating class. So everybody, all of our graduates, rise. I'm going to treasure those photos. And again, all of us are so proud of you. And we're so glad and so honored that you chose Georgetown Law. One more incredibly powerful round of applause for the amazing class of 2024. afternoon and welcome. This is a great day. Today we celebrate the extraordinary members of Section 7 of the Georgetown Law Class in 2024. Now, over the past 2 days, we have had 10 of these mini graduations. We saved the best for last. Members of Section 7, let me begin by saying how much I admire you. It is remarkable to be able to go through law school while working during the day. So many of you with families and children. What you've achieved is simply extraordinary. We all feel that in a round of applause. So Georgetown Law started more than 150 years ago as an evening school. And one of our core principles was that people who deserved a legal education of the highest quality should be able to get that legal education. And that's why we started it as an evening school, so people who worked during the day could get a Georgetown education, and you carry on that tradition. Thank you for carrying on that great tradition. What the graduates of the evening school have done since the inception of the program is amazing. So tomorrow you're going to have on the hilltop the formal commencement. And one of the honorary degree recipients, Phil Hirschkopf, is a graduate of the evening school. He argued Loving versus Virginia. He brought the lawsuit that made sure that women could be enrolled in the University of Virginia. He successfully argued the case before the Supreme Court that ensured that women who were teachers who were pregnant would not be fired. That was his case. He has made a profound difference in the law, and that is the kind of thing that our evening school graduates do again and again. Now, a counterexample, somebody who wasn't able to make it through the evening school. You may have heard of him, Lyndon Johnson. So Lyndon Johnson had the drive and the determination and the moxie to be one of the great political leaders of the 20th century, to be president, but he could not cut it in the evening school. So what we know is that somebody who did not achieve what you all have achieved could be president. Look and imagine what you're going to do in the years ahead. Okay, some thank yous. First, you are amazing, you're brilliant, you're hardworking, but you would not be here but for the people who believed in you, supported you, sacrificed for you, shared your dreams, your family and friends. Please stand, turn around, and applaud your family and friends recognized here today. And you have received the best legal education in the world. And that is because we have the best faculty and administration anywhere. Please stand so we can applaud and recognize you. And since this is our last ceremony, I want to also thank these 10 events have been flawless. And the people who made it possible are remarkable. They have thought through everything. So our AV team, Director Rogers, Sergeant Robinson, the Department of Public Service, Emily Smith, Victoire, Chris Hammer, and your team, our facilities people, everybody in our green and yellow shirts, fabulous. The police, I have to say, as we look at the police, yes. They have done an amazing job. And as I look at our police officers who are standing out in the rain, it is absolutely remarkable. So it's a privilege to be here celebrating with you. We are very grateful to be able to come together as a community to mark this important and hard-won milestone and to recognize the commitment it took to get here. Now, your law school experience is not only shaped by what happens in the classroom, but by what happens in the world. You are more aware of that than anyone else. You started during COVID. You have been in law school during a time of extraordinary polarization, a very difficult time. You did not shy away from the hard issues. You found a way to engage with those issues and with one another. You fostered meaningful connections with teachers, staff, community, and you demonstrated the remarkable strength of engagement and unity beyond the classroom. And as I look out at you, I want you to know, on behalf of all of us, how proud we are of you. So today is a great day. In a few moments, you will walk up this stage. You will walk up these stairs as students, and then you will walk down those stairs as graduates of Georgetown Law. You will join the 50,000 Georgetown Law graduates who have been such a powerful influence on the world. They are Hoyas for others. They are people who are deeply committed to the Law Center's motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. Today, you inherit that tradition, and I can't wait to see what you will do in the years ahead, because I know it will be powerful and that you will make the world a better place. I'd like a round of applause again for our Georgetown Law Section 7 graduates. Okay, at our graduation ceremonies, at our section ceremonies, we have a tradition. You will hear from a faculty speaker, and you will hear from a student speaker who you have selected. So we'll begin with the faculty speaker. It is now my pleasure to call to the podium our faculty speaker, Frederick J. Haas, Chair in Law and Philosophy, and Associate Dean for External Programs, Dean Gregory Klass.
Thank you, Dean Traynor, and members of the class of 2024, family, friends, my colleagues. It is wonderful to be here with you today. To my graduating students from Section 7, and the longer I speak, the longer you remain students, you had me for torts. For those of you who don't know, their first year of law school, they had me for torts. And that spring semester, it is especially good to be together in this space, in person. You are the class that experienced its first year of law school entirely online, or almost entirely online, a little bit of hybrid. And so here we are today. I'm seeing you all together for the very first time on the very last day that you'll all be here together on our law campus. So it's really special. It's good to be with you. It's traditional in a graduation speech to give advice to the graduating class. I'm going to do a little bit of that today. At the same time, Section 7 is a little bit different. I don't know if you all know this, but I was 32 when I started law school. And many of you also came to the law a little bit later in life with more experience than the average 1L. And I'll just tell you, this is why I love teaching in the evening. The students bring this wealth of experience and this perspective to class, and the conversation is fantastic. They don't always have time to read everything, but that's okay because it's just a lot of fun that we have together. And then all of you spent 4 years balancing work and maybe a family and the rigors of a top law school, and you did it. You got to the other side of it. You've accomplished, each and every one of you has accomplished so much in the last 4 years. I can't wait to see what you accomplish going forward. I'm sure it will be amazing. So all of you started law school in the midst of a pandemic, a time of crisis, and I think it would be irresponsible not to say it feels like we're in a time of crisis right now. And it's important to think about that. There are wars going on. There are deep political divisions in our country. And climate change is increasingly disrupting our everyday lives. So frankly, you're graduating at a time that to me feels like an inflection point. So this is my piece of advice now. Maybe it's more of a plea. Be courageous in your professional lives. Be courageous in a scary time, but more importantly, please be courageous in the decisions that you make as lawyers going forward. We all know that lawyers have a special responsibility, not just to our client, but to society. We're a nation of 330 million people. We're a world of 8.1 billion people. And all that works only because humans have this amazing capacity to organize themselves, to work together. And the way we do that, one way we do that, is through the law. Law is a tool that we as humans use to resolve our differences between each other. And as importantly, it's a tool we use to work together, to accomplish what we can't accomplish alone, and to overcome obstacles that we face together. Each one of you is now an expert in the tools of the law. So what I'd like to encourage you to do is be courageous when you use those tools. Seek out opportunities both to help individuals who are in need. There are so many people in our country who are in desperate needs of legal service, and use those tools to affect systematic change. We need you. If doing that takes you out of your comfort zone, then be courageous. Go there. Do that. We need people with your smarts, your skills, and your heart if we're going to overcome the challenges that we face today. So that's the advice, or request, as it were. Here's a wish for you all. So I consider myself enormously lucky to have found my way, eventually, to a legal career. We lawyers get to use our brains to help people. We can think big thoughts, and we can make the world a better place. It's exciting. So my wish for you, my hope, is that you all experience this excitement at Georgetown Law. I know I see it in the students, and so I hope all of you found that joy in encountering the law that I have, and I hope you continue to experience it in your professional lives. I don't want to be Panglossian about the law. We law professors like to use big words. Sometimes legal work is a slog, and law isn't always a force of good, but it always can be. And so I hope that as you become part of this profession, you can help us succeed in this project. And I hope you find it as exciting as I do. Okay, 2 last thoughts. First, thank you. I love teaching at Georgetown Law, and the reason is because of the students. You are smart, curious, funny, fun, and you have just fantastic values. I'm sure when I speak for all of my colleagues that it has been an absolute pleasure to teach you. So thank you for making my job so fun. Last thought, and one more time, congratulations. Best wishes to all of you.
Thank you, Dean Klass, for those wonderful remarks. Another round of applause for Dean Klass. So, as our guests may know, the students in each first-year section take classes together. They live through the ups and downs of their first year of law school together. The community they form is often close, and it lasts long beyond the first year, lasts throughout law school, and it will last through the many years ahead. In a beloved tradition at Georgetown Law, each section elects one of their section mates to address them at commencement and share their own perspective on the section's journey together and on the path ahead. Section 7 elected Madeline O'Brien to give that address today. Madeline O'Brien.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Madeline O'Brien, and I'm so happy to welcome you to the commencement ceremony for Section 7, the Georgetown Law Evening Class of 2024. They say it's a special type of person who chooses to become a lawyer. It's also an even more special type of person who chooses to become a lawyer via night school while trying to work during the day. And the type of person who chooses to become a lawyer at night while working in the middle of a global pandemic, that, ladies and gentlemen, is your class of 2024. While everybody else was adjusting to remote work, homeschooling their kids, and baking a lot of sourdough bread, this is a group that decided that that was not enough excitement, and they just needed to go to law school. I'm sure many of you in the audience have fond memories of spending your lockdown years with a stressed out law student. And I know everybody here will never forget the wild, wild west that was Zoom Law School. Zoom Law School is both isolating and intimate. It requires spending a lot of time by yourself in an empty room staring at a screen. But you're also in very close virtual contact with 45 strangers who are all sitting alone in their own houses staring at a screen. Turns out, you can learn a lot of very specific things about a person via Zoom. We saw a lot of pets, dogs, cats, the domesticated pet rat. We knew who was taking class from their closet, or from their garage, or from their mom's basement. And if you paid close enough attention, you would catch the occasional Zoom prankster. My favorite was on Halloween, when a bunch of people ordered matching copies of Professor Hyman's favorite polo shirt and all wore them on the same day. Of course, we learned a little bit of the law too. The first and only time our class was together in person was in spring 2022, when we took 1L property law together. I remember being so nervous to walk into that room and see all of you. People I felt like I knew so well, but also just really didn't know it all. Of course, there was nothing to be worried about. In that classroom, and at happy hours at Kelly's Irish Times, walks home late at night, bar review, barrister's ball, and 1,000 other interactions, we got to know each other in ways that are not possible via a Zoom screen. We learned about each other's aspirations, we shared in our hobbies, and we met the partners and friends who were running the trains behind the scenes. Of course, we did all the law school stuff, the journals and the trial teams. We went through OCI. We kept grinding away at those pesky day jobs, and you all got some incredible offers for the next chapter. But we still made the time for each other, and we left the evening student community a little better than we found it. And that is what I hope is a legacy for the class of 2024. Not how we started, or even the degrees we're leaving with today, but the people we met and became along the way. Since this is a graduation speech, of course, I'm obligated to leave you with some words of wisdom. But instead, I'd like to share what this extraordinary group of people has taught me. The first is to be generous. They say law school is supposed to be competitive, but I have never in 4 years seen a request for notes or an outline go unfulfilled in Section 7. When asked to come to an event, or write a letter complaining to the dean, or share advice with younger students, you answer the call. You all decided that our class gift would be to raise funds for future evening students in honor of Professor Schulman, the head of the evening program who is retiring this year and couldn't be with us today. Thanks to your generosity, we all raised over $1,000 for a new Evening Student Life Fund that will be named after him. So you've not only navigated a particularly challenging path, you've also made it easier for the next person. And I hope you continue to show your colleagues and your clients that grace in your careers. The second lesson is to prioritize what's important. Juggling law school's a lot, but that hasn't stopped this group. Over 4 years, several of you got married. Some bought new houses, and there's more than one child in the audience today who was born during the course of this journey. That doesn't even encompass the number of weddings, funerals, vacations, birthday parties, and all those important life moments you managed to squeeze in over the last 4 years. Law is demanding, and I know we're only going to get busier, but I hope you continue to have the same balance that you've shown during your academic career and take the time to celebrate the people who help support you along the way. And the last lesson I've learned from you all, and the one I hope you remember as well, is that it is never too late. We all come from different places, but the one thing we have in common is that law was not our first career. We all took a leap of faith and a slightly harder path to make our law school dreams and aspirations come true. In life, there will always be evening programs. Not in the literal sense, I know none of you want to go back to school, but in the sense that there is always a way, even if it's a little longer or a little bit harder, to accomplish your dreams, even if it seems like that door has closed. And of course, if you really want more law school, Georgetown does have an LLM program. So with that, let's rise and celebrate the class of 2024. We did it, guys!
That was a fabulous talk, Madeline. Another round of applause for Madeline. Okay, as our speeches now draw to a close, I want to acknowledge and thank our terrific sign language interpreters who've been through the last 2 days with us and have done an amazing job. And I also want to acknowledge somebody who cares so deeply about the evening school, who has been a brilliant leader and who has done extraordinary things for everyone here, Professor Schulman. And now we come to the moment we have all been waiting for as our graduates march across the stage. 2 traditions I want people to be aware of. Georgetown Law has a tradition. If a graduate has children, they can come on the stage when the graduate receives the diploma. And if the graduate is a child of a Georgetown Law attorney, the parent can hand the graduate their diploma. So I have to say, I find those both incredibly moving traditions, and they reflect the kind of school that Georgetown Law is, a school that values community and family and the ties among us. Okay. And now we move to the graduation moment. Section 7, please rise. I present to you the graduates of Section 7.
Madeline A. O'Brien. Rachel Eleanor Schwab. Kyle I. Thetford. Hebom Yang. Jacob W. Tonks. Aaron Swinstead. Nicholas Edward Townsend. Jacob Gray Morton. Guillermo J. Martinez Oliveira. Jonathan Allen Maynard. Christopher C. Goff. Hemel K. Vaidya. Will Pisano. Philip Reams. Kelly M. Yonner. Deanna H. Clayton. Patrick Francis Wohl. James Lee Nance. Emily Lewis Carr. Amanda Mays Schultz. Sondrea J. Rupert Shropshire. Alexandra Lowe Server. Claire Smith. Grace Howard. Kristen A. Chapman. Jenna Lifhitz. Ilana L. Shapiro. Blake A. Height. Rebecca R. Camas. Cammie Nelson. Stephen James Mayu. Nathaniel Lee Hyun Kim. Tae Min Kim. Hui Min Chen. Marshall Brett Frodsham. Anna Kitsmarishvili Carney. Rebecca Eden Granite. Jordan Michael Terry. Justin William Moyer. Stefan Koster. Timothy J. Kelly. Michael Joseph Richardson. Jennifer Ferrigno. Sierra Campbell. Braden Schiffman. Landon Kane Taylor. Tinsaye Burhan Eyalu. Charlie Kareem Phoenix.
Well, this is a magical moment. It is so moving to appreciate what all of our graduates have done, to be here at this moment, and to look forward for what they will do in the years ahead. Another round of applause for the fabulous Section 7. I have to say, you have the best cheering squad out there. It's fabulous. Okay. A couple of logistics. So we are going to, in a minute, conclude this celebration. I and the faculty and administrators will march out. Then our graduates, not our students, our graduates will process out. Every other section has processed out to pomp and circumstances. You guys are fighters. You get a different song. So, just wait. Now, a couple days ago, I did a poll of the faculty and administrators, and I said, there are 10 of these sections. I said, which is the best? I think the answer is pretty obvious. It was you. Now, that's just between us. When you're talking to other sections, some of them may be under the impression that they were the best section. They may even think that they might have heard me say something along those lines. Obviously not true. You are the best. All right, and we are going to close with a Georgetown Law venerable tradition that was started last year by me. I'm going to take a selfie with the graduating class, so everybody stand up so I can take a picture with you. Very good. All right. That will be on our social media account in about a day. All right. One final round of applause for the amazing Section 7 of the Georgetown Law Class of 2024.